Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Hello. How are y'all? How you doing? Hey, Piranha. Hey, Scallion. It was wonderful seeing y'all. It's been way too long. And thanks again for all y'all patience for me dealing with, health stuff with family and all that kind of stuff. And Scallion, I am confused. What do you mean by that? I was reading the chat as I was setting things up. What does that even mean? I think even Piranha was just like, what does that even mean? I got my cat back from my father's place. Okay, good. Yeah, good. I'm glad he's doing better. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've been itching for some more Rain World. I was kind of going back and forth. It's like, what should our first game be in 2026? Beating this game, I want to do. Maybe I should add that to the thing. So there's one thing that I did make. I recently saw a streamer do. Hold on. You know what? I should at least call them out. Hold on. Let's call them out. Let's be like, hey, this specific streamer. So let's see here. Arakuya. I was following them before because they had a really interesting world building in the way that they've done their stream. Stuff like something to look into as far as stuff on our stream. And one of the cool things that they did is that they turned their New Year's resolution into a bingo sheet, which is something that I haven't seen before, personally. That might be a common thing, but not for me. Oh, he's doing, and I'm saying I'm the fault for it because I'm a freak. Oh, I feel like the not responsible for individual treasure was created just because of me. Oh, I get you. Ella, welcome in. How have you been? Way too long. I will say this longer break has definitely made me realize how much I like spending time with y'all. So, yeah. I'm so happy you're not sick. Yeah, welcome back. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. And before you ask, my mother's also doing great. We've started really adjusting to everything. I know. Yes. Can we get? Yeah. We need to come up with a game. We need to figure out. We need to figure out if the new Resident Evil is co-op. Or we need to play a co-op Resident Evil game. That's what we need to do. Maybe Resident Evil 5? And also Final Fantasy 14 too. Fine. Yeah, because I know that one is co-op. And honestly, that's the only Resident Evil that I've played. I haven't played any of the other ones. But yeah, no, hopefully you're having a wonderful day today. What was I saying? Oh, right, New Year's resolution. I saw someone make their New Year's resolution on a bingo card. So I've been trying to set up my own bingo card for it because I wasn't gonna do a New Year's resolution, but like that doesn't mean that I didn't have goals for the year. So it's like this awkward middle ground where I kind of have goals, but I don't have resolutions. So, but now if I make it a bingo card, then it's like fun. And it's not, I'm trying to do like 25 things that I want to do. It's, I want to try 5 things that just happen to be in a row, right? Which is, I like that. I really do. So if you also want to make one, Ella, you let me know, because I'm going to share mine, definitely. To do it, but I think what I should probably add to that is finish this game. Hey, Foxy, it might be both. Like, I'm not saying you don't have it, but I know that I am here, but you may also have it. Resolutions for this year, but I made them like realistic for me. Would you mind sharing, or is it more of a personal thing? because I would like to hear your resolutions. In fact, I'll list off some of mine. Not really resolutions, but some of the like ones for the bingo card. And of course, I've started making it in an Excel sheet because I'm a freak. That's what hallucination would say. Well, Baba Booey. This is what I have so far. So I have like a lot of them are kind of like abstract a little bit, where like the first one is like being part of people's community more, and by that I mean like there's a couple of Discords that I've joined that I'm not participating in, and it's just literally like being in other people's streams, like just hanging out more with my streamer friends in their communities, because I don't really do that. Not really. Like, I wasn't really a stream watcher before streaming, and I think that's been kind of a hindrance as far as like my understanding of, you know, the space appropriately. So I that's like one of my goals is to do that, you know. Less screen time, going through a cookbook with my mom. Oh, learn how to make pasta from scratch. Ooh, that's good. See the Redwoods for the first time. Oh, you have to, if you go to the Redwoods, send me pics, because I love Redwoods. And read 6 books. And go somewhere new once a month. Ooh, well, Redwoods is already off the list unless it's not new for you. Oh, what? Once a month? That's bold. For me, going somewhere new is like, I'm lucky to get once every 3 months. Oh my gosh. God, I love trees, dude, so I'm all about it. I also took my friend on platonic date to get a snack. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 9 Souls is absolutely peak. I've heard 9 Souls is really, really good. Really, really good. This one might be something that you'll like specifically as well, Ella. Collab more. I want to try to collaborate more with people, like a lot more of a consistent thing. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely on the list, Ella. Oh my god, definitely. I like, so collaborate more. I think also linked to that one is the one here where I want to introduce myself to bigger streamers that I admire. There are some people that like I really look up to as far as the way that they go about their streams, as far as like building up my own. And like I think I'm a little too shy with that. I think really branching out and really just taking the plunge for things would be healthy for me. Very popular streamer myself. I got a whopping 28 followers. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think 28 followers for me, that was like a good portion. I want to say like first 4 months, 5 months of me streaming was about 28, 29. It was like a couple a month or something like that. But I also kind of cheated because I had friends in real life that like followed me. So I shot up pretty quickly early. Draw personal art is another one where essentially just drawing for me, not even for like posting or for a new costume or you know, just drawing that I don't even anticipate any other eyes to be on, because I don't do that, and I should, right? Let's make it 30. Let's go. Hell yeah. You can ignore those two. Yeah, make the new intro. That would be pretty good. I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I can check. Ooh, let's see. Boom! Now you're 31. Oh. Gotta be more social for my social. Exactly. That's what being part of the community for me is. Like, it's been so much fun. Like, Ella and, like, all the new streamer friends last year have been just so much fun. So, like, it's really been like, let's just have more of that. Let's have more of that, because that was like June, if I remember correctly, from the VODs. It hasn't been a whole year, right? Interactive scene, because it's income, more Dodo costumes, more Twitch interactions, lose some weight, blah 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 blah. So, just like a handful of stuff here and there, and then like staying up to date. Just little things here and there. I still have a couple more. I think I have like 6 more I have to think of, something like that. Yeah. If you ever want to have an art session, hit me. Oh, definitely. Well, Sundays. Well, I was gonna say, like, Sundays are nowadays are just more like relaxing art streams, so we can just vibe if you're open and available for that. My social battery already non-existent. Piranha, I get that. I get that, dude. All right, I'll follow up with you, Ella, and we'll figure something out for tomorrow. How's that? Because that could be fun. Because art is one of those things where it's fun. And I remember during the 2020, during the dark times, what is on Sunday, and this is where the original thing of Sunday Chill Day came about, by the way, is me hanging out on Sunday. And what I would do is that I would stream like old Cartoon Network shows, like in a Discord, like Chowder or Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, or like that kind of thing, or like Courage the Cowardly Dog, whatever. And I would just draw and just hang out in Discord for like 6 hours, and it would just be, and people would pop in and pop out, and just gonna be whatever. It was kind of like a trial run for what we do now, right? I've been painting a lot recently, so I love it. Hell yeah, Ella. I would love to see it. So yeah, it's I've been really enjoying our art Sundays, and I want to keep on moving forward with that. So, okay, well, we should probably play the game. It's been like, what, 20 minutes of us yapping? I also need to get a controller. That would be pretty smart, wouldn't it? For a game that uses a controller. Probably. Yeah, art and vibe is such a vibe. Let's see here. Is the controller working? It is not working. Well, gotta cut the game off and cut it back on, don't I? Yeah, I do, unfortunately. 1 second. 1 second. One tiny moment. 1 second. Hold up. At least it's not empty blackness this time around. This time. I'm making 1 beat per day for all of January. I'm starting to actually learn new stuff. Hell yeah, Foxy. Hell yeah. It is unfortunate that we found out that one VOD we played your song was copyright struck. And I know you didn't do anything, Foxy. That's just YouTube being YouTube. So we won't be able to watch them or listen to them live. At least not currently, because I need to remind. There was somebody that I talked to recently who managed to find a way to separate music in the VODs and Twitch and make it work, and I'm gonna remind them to send me that video, so that way I can do it, so that we could listen to more songs and it not be on the VOD, and we're fine. Yeah, it's like, also they copyrighted the wrong song. It wasn't it wasn't that. No. Oh, that's the worst, dude. All right. So we've been playing this game for full 24 hours. Let's go. And last time we played this game, by the way, apparently we walked the hardest path, and we found God in a cave, and it was made of sticks and mud and stones like Tony Stark. Good times. Okay, what are we... Oh, this looks problematic. Alright, well, I got my trusty toothpick. I do not remember where we in. Oh, this place kind of sucks. You heard me. I found him. I just found God randomly in a cave. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's see. Was this new? This wasn't new. I remember this. The other side was like water drain, whatever. And we were like, well, let's just go back because this is more new than the other one, I think. Anyway, let's go down. Hello! Hello, hello! It's me, Idealist. I'm here to fuck up your day. And also, like, a little bit of chuckles. Like, a little bit of chuckles. Just like a tiny little bit of chuckles. Alright, whoop! Alright, alright, gotta get it. Excuse me, pardon me. Pardon me, excuse me. Ooh. I don't know what's real and what's not, but you know what else is new? What else is new? Yeah, Foxy knows what I'm talking about. I was like, what? Alright, let's see. Right now I have 20 spare beets. Man, me when I'm a beet farmer. There's been a slew of me when I jokes my friend and I have been doing. It's very... I've been really enjoying it. Oh, hello. We got a secret. We got a secret. How do I get up? Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. I see the pole. Whip. Oh, there we are. See, that's all we need to do. We just need to just power through it. How do I don't know what is real and what is not real. Oh, Rick. Oh, okay. This isn't real. Okay. What if we go up here? Uh-huh. Oh, what's down here? Did I? Oh, okay. Well, looks like there is a thing. Ooh. Looks like there is a thing that way, kind of. Let's see if we can try to make it. Like, this entire first part is just gonna be me. That's up there. Uh-huh. But what I want is over here. That's literally nothing. Okay, cool. Cool. But where do we go? Alright, now you decide to open up for me. Huh. I don't know. It kind of looks like I got this crazy Macedonian example that goes extremely hard. Interesting. You don't say. That's a lot of deaths there. That's a good sign. Well, this looks like where we need to go. This little area here. So how do we get there? We go... We kind of need to go all the way down. Then we go that way. Then... No, we don't go that way. Let's reverse. Let's reverse engineer. Whoop! Hello, Zelda. Welcome in. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, wait. Did I also see Barbarian? I'm sorry, Barbarian. Hello. I don't know if I said hi to you in the beginning, if you're still in here. Let's see. Okay, so we go up this way. We're in the forefront. We go all the way down here, and then we're also good. Wait, hold on. How do I? I do how do be, how do we, says I. Maybe we could find a way to the right area, and then just go down now. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like there might be some stairs over there on the right, so let's just go up. Ooh. Oh, there we go. That a little tight squeeze. What, like, no, something putty cave where people get foxy. Donkey. All right, let's go up this way. Oh, we're in. Oh, that's not real. Okay, cool. Where is the thing? Come on. Oh, come on. There we go. There we are. There we are. Hey, clone. I'm slowly making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, we're homebound. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, we're up here now. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can I jump up? Oh, perfect. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We're amazing. We're amazing. Okay. Nothing. That was nothing. Okay, cool. Glad we did that. Way to put the entire Shrek movie inside a spectrogram. That's really funny, honestly. Oh. There we go! Let's go! It's gonna be me sleeping in that same thing. I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna be me sleeping in that because I don't know which way I am. Let's go down. If I had to guess, we should go up this way. And then we're gonna go down and right down here. That's what my slug cat instincts are telling me. Okay, that allows me to go. That allows me to leave. Okay. Anything else here? Or is it just a way to get me across? Looks like it's just a way to get me across. Okay. Well, let's see. Hey, Molten! How you doing? We are lost in the caverns. Not even caverns. We're in the pipes? Yeah, that's good. Pipes. So yeah, we're doing a good job. Oh right, I forgot that this was all problem. Oh, luckily they can't get to me. No! We're not doing them. Welcome in. Hey Ludo, how y'all doing? Hey Ratty, welcome in. Oh, did I? Yeah. Oh, I'm alive! Let's go! MVP! Let's go! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey guys. I don't want to be an alarmist, but my controller just vibrated. Hey, Ratty! Let's go! Thank you for the resub. 15 months. Crazy, right? It's been so long. No, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for stopping in. It's wonderful having you as always. I'm about to drown. Yeah. No, that's what's about to happen. Oh, it looks like we haven't really gone right. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. We had some family stuff that we need to take care of, so our break was longer than anticipated. Hey, Pink, welcome in. I'm about to drown, so you're just in time. It's gonna be a good time. Is this a reference for England? No, it's actually northwest America. The pipes are way too corroded. We'll go down this way. I mean, we could try to make it up at where we want to be, but at this point, I'm opting, let's just explore a bit. Ooh, what's down here? Get that little bit of knife. Whee! Oh! Hello, I'm here to... Whoa. Yeah, new area, let's... Well, not really. It's not a new area at all, actually. We could try... Will I be streaming tomorrow? I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm also going to be streaming again at 8 today. We're going to be playing a little goblin sneaky game with Kit at 8. So if you can make it, awesome. If not, I completely understand. It is not the usual stream time, so... I mean, I understand y'all not showing up normally, but... Let's go with the watch streak. I'm kind of happy that they added that thing. A watch streak. No, sticks. Apparently, it's a co-op game that's very funny and frustrating. Oh, that's a lot of rain. Listen, I'm already drowned. I don't think you need to... Okay. But whenever you die, the character that you play comes out of the fog and makes fun of you, which is really funny. which is really, really funny. Okay, same deal. I mean, what I want is to be able to go to that forefront, but I'm not seeing a way to get to what we're looking at here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, we should play more Goblin Cleanup, though. They've added more maps, but I think I'm waiting for them to add one more so there's a trio of maps for us to do. And then I'll do it. You know? You will play 9 Souls? Wow, not even like a question. It's like, you will play 9 Souls. It's mostly safe for streaming. Mostly safe? Yeah, man, way to fill me with confidence. Mostly safe for streaming. It's mostly safe, probably, maybe, perhaps. Let's just head down and see what the day got going on for us. We're still exploring. There's to get to the pilgrimage achievement on his first playthrough of the game. I was astonished. It's true. It's true. I am a goober. They clocked me so well. How'd they know? I'm completely done with Silk Song. Go for it. No. Goober, not gooner. You're. I can see we can kind of get the confusion. But yeah, I've also been seeing the new Resident Evil TikTok edits where apparently Elon is kicking ass. So I think you're gonna have a good time with that. He's having his badass arc or something. It's honestly kind of funny. I imagine you're like there. They dropped the first figure of him last night. Oh, did you pre-order? All right, let's go this way. You need to make all that money for the. Oh, what was that? What was that sound? What was that? All right, we're same deal as before. We're gonna drop down and go down that way. Oh. We want down right. Down wee. Oh. Is. Haha. Oh, that's a spider. That's a spider up there. This is why we have arachnophobia mode, by the way. We went down there last time, and it didn't go well, so we won't go down there that way. Yeah, let's not do that. Video code announcement of the U2s for the Raid World Watcher DLC. Pockets went empty immediately afterwards. Damn. Yeah. Asked me what I wanted for my birthday next month and told him Leon's V8 does cam. Oh, does he? How much are the cameos? Asking for a friend. I don't think there's a way for me to get that in reasonably. We're gonna do this though, because I'm not reasonable. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Let's go. Oh, that's a lot of spiders. Oh. You know, the spider in the spout was, you know, a very I thought that was a story. I thought that was a story. I didn't think that was real. All right, I have put it in my mouth. Okay. All right. Was that right above me? I don't even remember. Ooh. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay, we need to move. We need to move. Ooh, run! Run! There's lightning centipedes! Okay, we're fine. Luckily, we didn't overreact. Luckily, we stayed calm. Ooh, come on. I'm trying to parkour in the dark. Something that is not recommended. Ooh. We need to go up. We need to go up. Oh. Okay, they're fighting. Mom and Dad are fighting, so we're gonna play video games, as is tradition. Ooh. Oh, almost. Oh, we could do this. We could do this. We could do this. We could just game. We're gamers. We're gamers. We're gamers. We're gamers. We're gamers. I just need to stop hitting it once I'm in there, because when I'm in there, almost. Hey, cute boy, how you doing? I'm currently parkouring in the dark. There we go. Cute boy brought with him the good stuff. Where is this? Where am I? We're up here. Oh, we have to do it again. Okay, great. Just do it again, forehead. How you doing, bozo? Come on, we can do this. We can do this. Well, Mom and Dad are fighting. Let's go. Let's go. They're over there. Which one's the mom? Which one's the dad? You know what? It could be a mom and a mom. We could be progressive here. We could same-sex marriage. You know. Though different species, so I don't know. Dum dropped a couple days ago and it was really good. A bit disappointing that it didn't go as hard as expectations. It was 8 years of waiting. Oh. Alright, let's see here. Can we just go up here? Perfect. Okay, we're now, I think, in new territory. Okay, we're standing up, which is good. Alright. You know, most people would just have a light. But I'm not most people. To everyone's detriment. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Okay. Ooh. Let's do this. Let's see if we can get down there. Okay. Ooh. Got my spear. Got my trusty spear. Okay, we're in new territory now. This is what we like to see. Same person, so I win. Hell yeah. Alright, we go down here. Nope, that's a monster hole. We probably shouldn't be standing on a monster hole. 9 out of 10 doctors don't recommend standing in a monster hole. You know, just saying. But seriously though, what is this? Why is this here? As far as I can tell, there's no way through or through. But this looks like something I could go down. And I would be correct. Alright. Now what? It looks like there's a thing here that goes up here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, we're cooking. We're... Oh, a safe space. I'll take it. Oh, we don't have enough food. Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie boopsie. Alright, well, let's see if we can get some food. Hee 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 ho ho. What is my favorite creature so far? That's a good question. I honestly don't know. Maybe the antlers. The antlers that you can coerce into helping you have been pretty cool. I've been liking them a lot. But it's hard to say this early on, you know what I mean? Well, I wouldn't say early. There were 24 hours in the game. You know what I mean? Oh, is it this? Oh, okay, well, off we go. Ooh, food. Food. And then we, whoop. There we go. We're just shove it in your mouth. Yep. Eat your... Oh, I do have the Downpour DLC. Yes. Which is why I started playing this game when the Downpour DLC came out. Reason being, my screen brightness is so big. I'm absolutely radiant. The reason that I started playing this is to play the DLC, and then I didn't know that you needed to have beaten the game to play the new characters. And I'm like, oh, whoops, we should probably actually beat the game then. And here we are. Here we are. Alright. Oh, we need a... Okay. It was right next to it. Okay. Let's just do that. What's this other one? This other one is just... Hey, guys, is there breathing? Do y'all hear breathing? Don't tempt me now. There we go. Oh, Watcher DLC that came out last year. Downpour, I don't think I played Downpour, which was 2 years ago. Maybe I played like a little bit. But I really didn't go hard into it. All right. We saved into a new, not territory, but new like spot. So let's explore the new area. Hopefully this is, I don't know, fruitful. I don't want it to be fruitless. Oh, I left my spear. Whoops. Well, oh, no, you don't smell anything. You don't smell anything. Eh. That's what you get. You don't hear nothing with your weird scragglies. Ooh. Okay. All right. We're gonna wait until that spider comes back through, because I don't want to deal with that spider on the other end of that. So I'm gonna need it to like either go away or come in. I know those are opposite things, but you if you know, you know. Wink. We're going anyway. Ha ha ha! Whee! You can't get me. And juke. Ah. They're so stupid. Get some food in my stomach. It has way too much fiber, but my intestines really like it. There we go. There we are. We're in for the races. That's not a saying, but you know what? We're in for the races. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're really filling this out. Okay, well, what's going on over here? All right, that goes up, and we haven't been up yet, so let's go there. Perfect. Whee! Oh, okay. Why do I have a feeling I died here? Probably because I did. Yeah, no, that would check out. Also, I mentioned it before, but I finished the instrumental Frog Jacket. Ooh, hell yeah! Sheridan Music. I'll check it out. Y'all are so talented, I swear to God. Alright. We go up. Up, up, up! It's our moment! Ah! Okay, we actually get some light up here? Like, hey, hey, yo? Alright, luckily they wouldn't go down this tunnel, right? That would be so cringe. Okay, perfect. And off we go. Ooh, all right. Okay, okay. This is new-ish. Enough. New to me. And that's all that matters. There's a lot of flooding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've been here before, and it ends abruptly. Something tells me I drowned here. It may be the case that we indeed drowned here, but who am I? Who did those previous streams? Certainly it wasn't me, or else I would remember it. Ooh. Also, I'm gonna sample the egg for a song. You don't have a choice. I mean, you're right. Y'all are free to sample stuff. I have it on all the videos and everything too. Y'all can use pretty much whatever. Ooh, a green one, an emerald. Look at all these. Ooh. Okay. Well, there's a bit of a problem now. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. Whoop! No, no! I think I find out why that I didn't make it past this point. Is something that you get featured unless you're a dragon. You should also let do dragon. I tried to grab the toothpick again, so I could keep stabbing it a lot. Because if you stab it the first time and it's not done. Hey guys, how are you doing? Do you mind if you keep going for me? Pretty please? With sugar on top and sprinkles and something and something. Oh, we haven't gone right. Let's go right. Me watching them go right. Let's go that way. Let's follow the monster. Ooh. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, map. Did you know this game only has like a 53 on like game rating? Isn't that nuts? That's nutso! I was sitting here being like, what the fuck? This game is so much better than that. What? What the hell? What the hell? What? Looks like we would need... It kinda looks like I could do a little bit of something? Maybe? I think we're just gonna have to go back. Alright. Back we go. Come on. To the moles. Excuse me. Sorry. I took a drink of my soda. Soda! That's probably old as dirt now. Oh, hi, Spider-Man. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's you. Oh, that's you. Ain't Spider-Man. You're a mole who hunted a Spider-Man. Off you go. That is your kill, my guy. All you. I don't want any piece of that. I think we're almost at Dragon Killer, by the way, or whatever the new one is, or the ones you have to kill lizards for. Me barely understanding how this game works. Don't worry, our dragon is safe. But only our dragon is safe. Only ours. Okay, hey, go. Alright, we're fine. See? Headed to a card show today. Ooh! Have fun! You have a good time. Thanks for stopping by. Wonderful having you as always. You have a good time. Let's collab soon. Let's get that into motion. Oh no, I'm probably gonna see you tomorrow for art. Yeah. If you don't hear from me, remind me. I might have forgotten. But let's definitely set something up. Can I go up here? Please, sir. Uppies. That actually, actually not a bad idea. Okay, let's go left. I think that's a down, not an up. You know what I mean? Me looking at arrows. I do this collab list now that I have 31 whole followers. I don't know. I would be accused of using you for clout. I'm clout farming. Well, if we were, what would we play? What would we do? Ooh, would we make music? Is that what we would do? We would make music while live, which is something I have considered before, by the way. Oh, ooh, uh-oh. I was distracted. I'm using that as an excuse. That's why I like live streaming games with y'all. Because I get to blame you when I lose. Yeah, we'll make a make a song together. Yeah, exactly. And I want to make one. And I was gonna have the first one be a cover eventually, but then I was like, well, should we just learn how to do it? Because why not? Hello. No, you don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. You don't hear nothing. You don't see nothing. Capiche? Caprice, hun? Alright, here. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Hello, Spider-Man. Okay, go. Me when I'm the Green Goblin. Dude, 2026 is just the year of the me when I bits. And I'm here for it. Okay, we're here. Hey, you! And then we go right. Me when I'm in 2026, so my name is Adila, so I have to do me when I memes. What? 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 Well, Hold on. What? Yes, we need to go left, 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 left. Me when I only know left. Anyway. All right, we're almost there. We're almost back to norm, where we were before. Almost being the key word in that sentence. Well, that's all right, Foxy. Neither do I. I think you'll find, and I'm sure you know with your, like 30 followers on Twitch, being a big streamer as yourself, the stream of consciousness of streaming is very real. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you keep going. You keep going that way. I just let my brain do the talking, as compared to, I guess my mouth do the talking, not my brain. Okay, this guy's still moving along. Moving along at the speed of 1,000 legs moving simultaneously. Ooh, ooh, no, please! Please! Oh! You give affiliate to Twitch. That's funny. One of these days, we'll get beyond the centipedes. You know what? Maybe next time we won't try to kill them. Because I am trying to kill them before they kill me, and then I die anyway. So maybe if I just leave them alone, they'll leave me alone? Sweats. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot happening. Oh, where am I going? I don't know, but there's a lot happening. Okay, anything up here? No. How about up here? Up the ladder. Up the ladder. Where are we? Where are we? Sorry. I'm your Yori. Okay. We grab our snack on the go. Man, I wish we had Dorito trees. Me thinking that capitalism would immediately make it so that you're not allowed to grow your own Dorito trees. Okay, up here, and then we go left. Oh. Yeah, I wonder if I can pick up, like, I don't know, a bait or something so I could distract the centipede armada. Or, not even armada, the centipede, like, bodyguards. That's like, I wouldn't even say puppy guarding. Just straight up guarding. Regular guarding. Me when I guard, just the half banana that's left in the garbage. Me when I'm a raccoon. It's like, what is Idealist? Idealist doesn't stream for like a month and he loses his effing mind. Alright, so far so good. Not a single leg in sight. Me, I immediately get ambushed by a spider. How's we're fine with food. I don't need y'all. Hello. Y'all, please don't tell your parents that I'm chill, okay? Can you tell them that so that they don't effing murk me? Hey, welcome back, Ludo. Just in time, we're going to hopefully not get killed here. That's the goal. That's the hopefully, fingers crossed. All right, we're good. We're slowly going into, you know, brighter and brighter pastures. Okay, so you are like permanently here. Okay. We're not gonna try to kill it. Okay. No. Uh-oh. Oh, juked! Get juked! You son of a gun! You fool! You dare try to cross me? Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, 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 no! Oh, 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 oh. Oh, man. Alright, let's go to bed. Alright. Woo! Foxy, dad confirmed. Alright. Okay, we are napping, which seems like a good time to take a ad break. Oh, right, the stream deck is broken currently because I updated it right before stream, which is something you should never, ever do. So, be right back after the ads. See you in a bit. Haha. Me like going through like 5 different tabs. Hee hee ho ho. Should we do some exercises? We should do some exercises. All right. Well, I can tell you right now. Okay, this may or may not break the stream. Last time I said this, the stream was broken. But I believe in myself this time. Up, 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 it's our moment. We're going to a standing desk because I want to stand. But sometimes the cord gets caught and it unplugs my entire setup. I like, on the top left, it said, hey, you also killed a centipede. That's pretty cool. The stream didn't crash, Foxy. I'm right here. But I tried to do exercise, it did not work. Centipedes are neat. It's unfortunate that there are some members of the community that do have a phobia of them, but I find them quite neat. Especially the prehistoric big centipede. That's actually one of Idealist's main summons, by the way. I felt it very fitting. You know, centipedes and necromancers go hand in hand, so a Paleomancer gotta have a solid big centipede. I think you'll like what I have in store for that one. I don't even have a name for that one yet. I don't know if it will have one. It should have one. Alright. And welcome back. This time we're in the standing position, which means I'm like that. I'm just locked in. Sleeping next to my my spear, my spear of safety. All right. What do we got going for us here? Hoop, 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 hoop. All right, what do we got? Oh, we got food off the rip. Don't mind if I do. Subterranean. Interesting. Don't throw, don't throw, don't throw. Okay, good. This one we want to throw. There we go. Eat this. Perfect. And eat this. Yeah, there are... when it comes to seasonal stuff like that, it is disappointing. Me, when I think about the chocolate Reese's, like, eggs. Excuse me, sorry. Guys, I was drinking soda. Better out than in, I always say. It's like Shrek. You find out I'm Shrek the whole time. Hello! Are you gonna try to kill me? The answer's yes. Oh boy. Whoop, whoop. Oh. What's that over there? Why is there a kraken down here? What is that? Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? What the frick is that? What white whale breeded with the kraken to make that monstrosity? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, man. Come on. I'm going to need you to jump. Thank you. There we go. Okay. I am genuinely curious now. There we go. Oh. Well, that's just gone now. Okay. Ooh. Need to sleep, but alright. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. We'll probably do some more art. Might even be doing it with other people. Oh my god, what are you? What is that? What is this thing? What it, Davy Jones? I can't believe I fell. I can't believe I fell immediately. Luckily, they're blind. No, no, no! You can't get me! I won't let you! I won't let you! Ah! Ah! Okay. I didn't let them. I'm letting that go through. That's funny. Alright. We were just near the beginning, so it is. I don't mind dying, because what the hell is that? I kind of want to see what it does to me. It's kind of one of those. Not like that. Get your mind out of the gutter. I mean, like in the sense of, is it like the antler one where it's tameable to a certain degree? It doesn't look it, but big and scary. It makes me think like, I could take it. I could make this a. Is this friend? Is this friend? Alright, same deal as before. There we are. And you. And boop, 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 boop. Easy peasy. So now we're good to go if we just, you know, not eat anything else if we have to, but preferably not do that. All right. Again. Oh, dang it. Uh-oh. Oh, what are you? I really need to remember that that particular spot is not real. Hey guys, I don't think it's tameable. Right? Isn't that crazy? I don't know if that's a rare phenomenon, but it's a what I called it was the white whale had sex with a kraken. That was Davy Jones' actual living nightmare. Not Davy Jones. What was the one that was obsessed with the white whale? Why am I not only thinking of Davy Jones? It's not it. It's the man who was obsession. It wasn't 40 Leagues Under the Sea. Well, that's gone forever. Yeah, Jack Sparrow. Perfect. Hopefully I won't... Uh-oh. Hey, how are you doing? No, give me that. Give me... Oh, well. Oh, well. That's gone forever. Okay, so I think it's here? Okay. Guys, we got this. We're fine. 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 This is kind of awkward. I'm just shoving this in my mouth. Ooh. Alright, hold on, let's see. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Alright, here we go. Woo! Okay! Nay! Alright. Ha ha ha. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Take this! Take this! Alright, cool. Whoop! Go the harder path because it seems like, oh my god. Hi. Hello. Hey. Hey, you know what? Come here. Can I not grab you? Are you too big? Are you too big to grab? Let's poke our heads over here. Why do I feel like I've been here before? Oh. What was that giant beak? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see the giant beak that flew across the screen? That. What is that? Hey guys, what is that? And why are they just... Okay. We're going back this way. Ooh, we can take this fruit. Hello. Hey, do you want this? Yoink. In my mouth. Get it in my mouth. Don't take it out of context. But I'm streaming, so it will be. We will go... Ooh, okay. Well, concerning, to say the least. No, no, no. No, 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 no. So there is more over here. Fascinating. And now we're at the bottom. We have nowhere left to lose. Perfect. Just phenomenal. Yes. All we need to do is cross the sea of the white kraken and traverse around the hungry Bindi trees. And I don't mean Bindi from the Ink Machine, which was a very good game, by the way. We still need to go back and play the sequel. We also need to go finish out the Bioshock series with Bioshock Infinite. There's a lot. But between Reanimal coming out soon and the new Cult of the Lamb DLC, there's a lot to play. There's a lot to play. And boop. Boom boom. Let's get our snacks on. We're in the kiddie pool currently, so that the albino kraken doesn't kill us. Get our safety spear, our spear of safety, our spear that saves us when we need to be saved of safety. It's a long name, so that's why I you know. Oh, that works. All right, it's going after that one. Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! He's going after the other one. Go, 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 go! Go! Swim! Swim! Go! Go, 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 go! Swim! Please! They haven't even noticed me. I'm like, oh, is that I guess we're going up. Because Mom and Dad are fighting, and I'm not about that, so. Oh, I'm not about that either. Hey. Door stuck! Door stuck! Hey, are you good? Uh-huh. Alright, come on down. You know you want to. You know you want to. Come on. Perfect. Bye. Hold on, I kinda wanna see. Oh, okay. I wanted to see them fight. Alright, we're gonna try right again. If right doesn't work, we'll just go left next time. But because this time I have a spear, and when you stab them with a spear, they usually fuck off. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Here we go! Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes. Perfection. Whoop whoop. This place looks so pretty, though. Look at it. Look at it! Oh, you want to fight? You want to go? You want to go? We can take this outside. Currently outside. Yeah, let's go right. Let's go full right. Boom, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, boop, 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 ba-doop, boop, 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 boop. See, you're big enough to kind of be problematic. Are you gonna... Come on. Come on. You want me? Come on. Come on. You want me or you want me? Is this some kind of mating ritual? What's going on? Just get over here. Fine. Yoop. Alright. We are on the train tracks. We've been on train tracks before. We've played these games before! Seriously though, where did our map go? I'm concerned now. It's just limping back to us. Oh! There you go. You want it? Take it. Don't take me. I give you food. Fine. I didn't want to do that. I literally wanted to solve this amicably. That's a word, probably. All right. How's our hunger? How's our hunger situation? Could be better. Oops. Can I like... Oh, I know what I need to do. Huh? Do I need to hit it with a spear? Hold on, I need to hit it with the spear. I don't know why I'm singing Crazy Frog. There we go. Gotta eat some popcorn. It is full of carbs. Gotta eat some popcorn. You don't even know. Got some motherfucking popcorn. What you gonna do when you don't have any popcorn? You're gonna buy it for $80 at your local movie theater. And they wonder why it wasn't, people weren't going to it. You know what I mean? Oh! Ooh. What day is that? Interesting. New place, new space, new me, new year, no we? As soon as I saw popcorn, I assumed there was going to be another one. Okay. Hey, it's a day 2. And it's day 2. Oh. Oh. Alright. Spear in hand. I don't know if there's but one of the most holy symbols in Hinduism is... Oh! Good to know. Alright. Let's go down. Let's check out this new area. I bet it's the train area. Just from vibes. Hello! I'm here for my job interview. This is an entry-level position. You are hired. Meow, meow. Oh. What's up, my guy? I haven't followed you since ever. Okay. Shoreline. I don't think we've ever been in Shoreline. Hell yeah. Shoreline, hardly newer. It's like, what? It's like, what is he yapping about? Yup. Oh, is that not a thing? I guess not. And whoop. I need to do like this, right? And I whoop, 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 whoop. I forgot what this one does. I think this makes me float, but yeah, I don't think we've done Shoreline. So let's try to find... Hey, hi here, how you doing? Welcome to existence. We need to find a way. And whew. Perfect. Oh. Ugh. Oh. Okay. Hi. Hello there. What are they doing? Kind of want to do you guys mind if you, like, stop? Thank you. And eat that. Perfect. Prepare to get wet. Jetfish. Can't wait. Man, I was really looking forward to it. And boop. Are you edible? Something tells me probably not. So we're just gonna go yoop. Hello! It is I! Idealist. We need to go up. Come on. Wait, I said we need to go up. Excuse me. It's a soda, I swear. Oh, perfect. New area, new me. Yep, yep. Now we can freely explore without worried about dying. Let's go. Unless it tells me I've been here before. We should only have 2. Oh. Remember where he tried to tell us where to go and we just went our own way? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Hell yeah. And we killed squid. Oh good, the other entrance is a day 5? The Nomad, I got a piece? Why did I get a piece for the Nomad? Is it because I killed the squid? I guess. Alright. Hold on. Why didn't it tell you... Oh. No, seriously, why didn't it work? Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Streamer bots. Wasn't connected to my thing. All the world I am, and I'm a Superman. Do do do. Oh, it's not connected to Twitch. What? What? That's crazy. Okay, well, yeah, Streamerbot was just not connected to Twitch, which is honestly kind of crazy. Looks like I would have to sign in with Mama Dodo, which I'm not doing right now, so unfortunately it'll be through me. Mama Dodo, I guess, is taking a nap. Nomad is you sleep in a different shelter every shelter. Oh, so I have to constantly be going from one place to another. That makes sense. That checks out. And also why I had no progress in it whatsoever. Because as soon as I would sleep in the same shelter... Or is it every shelter in a different area, or is it just a different shelter? Hey guys, I'm not seeing a way out of this that involves living. I have a feeling maybe the thing I'm holding gives me air. We will see. Go! Air bubbles! Okay. I can't believe it worked. I can't believe it actually worked. Hell yeah. Hey! Alright. Big breath. Okay. Woo! Easy peasy. We're not going back that way. Food. Oh. I can make it. More food. And then finally... Whoop. Good to know. Thanks for letting me know. Whoop. Oh. Whoop. We will just take this and be satisfied with almost full. There's a solid chance we're going to drown and die anyway. Oh, okay. Well, this works too. Perfect. Where does this one go? We don't know. Perfect. Into the unknown! Uh-oh. Why do I get ominous feeling in this room? Oop. What's up here? Oh. I mean, that works. Can I just do that same thing here? I can't do that here. Okay, then... Can I would like to turn around, please. Perfect. Whoop whoop! Ha-ha! Hello! 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 I'm kind of curious not to just swim in a direction. Oh, let's not go that way. Let's go! Oh, oh boy. Alright. Can't go underneath to try to grab it. Woo! Perfect. Let's go. Okay, so we can't go right. Can we go left? Yeah! We can go left. Down we go. Perfect. Uh-huh. Oh, 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 ah, oh, oh. Hey guys, they can jump. Hey guys, did you know they could jump? This is tempting to just drop. Oh, 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 oh. But I also want to keep swimming up here. No, 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 no. Okay, we're fine. Oh, oh, we're not fine. We're so not fine. We're so not fine. Oh, 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 no! Oh, not the lurchers! We got leeched. I knew I should have followed my gut. My gut said keep going. Boop. Perfect. We have our air pocket. Perfect. And yep. And up we go. Perfect. All right. Now, what we're gonna do? Oh, what is this? What was that flashing? Hey, when did you start being able to be a pictograph to my adventures? I feel like I did end up saving after killing you accidentally one time. Well, let's see if we can get our spear after we catch our breath. Yep, we're good. We good. We're full enough. We're fine. And we end up running into like 9 different ways to like get food anyway, so. Now I'm kind of curious what's going on the right side there. Should we? Yeah, let's go. Going around at the speed of swimming. I don't know about you, but I can actually swim pretty well. I was on the swim team when I was young. A little fun fact. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we are here. And then we don't have to worry about Air Pocket McGee. The issue is then getting back. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, y'all. Y'all are worried too much. Relax. Live a little. Die a lot. The Necromancer's Creed. Live a little, die a lot. Oh, I don't know why I find that really funny, but I do. Alright. Well, too bad. I liked it. And that's what matters. Alright, let's see here. First, we're going to drop that off. Eat my food. Perfect, perfect. And then, boom. All right, right, middle, or... I'm going to go middle because it's the hardest to get to. Oh, okay, well. Easy peasy wall jumping skills. Whoever falls... You know what, I won't tempt fate. Not this time. I could do this. I could do this. Ooh. Oh, I know what's messing me up. I didn't see the pole there. So I was getting onto it and jumping off of it. Oh boy. Hi. Oh. Bye. Ha ha ha. Whee. Oh. Whoop. You loser. Whee! Hahaha! You can't get me! You can totally get me. Where to go from here? Oh, he's so confused. Oh, does he have, like, fangs or long ears? If it's long ears, I kind of love it. I think we just... Oh. Alright. Jump! Oh, and into his mouth! You wanna go? You wanna go? I have another spear. No, 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 no. I'm gonna struggle. I'm struggling. Bro is going sightseeing. All right, so that was middle. Let's try left. Okay. Okay, I dig it. Chill, you know. Boop, 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 boop. Hi! Luckily there's no vultures here, or else I'd be really scared. Leaves immediately. Oh, you steal my things. No. No, this is mine. This is my spear. Oh, oh, no, no. You want to go? You want to go? You want to go? You want to go? Come on, let's go. Oh, no! No! Fine, you want it? Oh, I threw it into a wall. You want it? You want it? You want this stick? You want this stick? You want this stick? Come on! Where's your gusto, huh? I thought you were really, really all about this. You wanted this. Oh, sorry. Was that your girl? I'm sorry. my bad, man. My bad. No, 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 no! It's about a world where there's a lot of precipitation. And you're a slug cat trying to live in a slug cat eat lizard eat slug cat world. Yeah. Well, at least that's what I got. I don't know how close I am to revealing the ultimate truth with that, but yeah, you know. There we are. It's what I am. See? That's slug cat-ish. But basically, the real answer is it's a adventure survival game where you're just trying to like live and get. There is an ending. There's like an ending where I'm supposed to like meet someone or something at some point. I have not spoiled myself with anything with this game, so like I'm finding stuff out like everyone else. But it is a got Watcher recently. Cool. Ooh, 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 ooh. Uh-oh. Alright, we're going up. Ugh. We're going up. We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. Oh, 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 oh. No, no, no. Oh, oh, oh. We barely made it. We barely made it. Oh my god. Woo! Where are we now? What is this? Oh, let's go up. Honestly, the direction I've been going is just up in general. Oh. I don't think we could go up anymore. Should we check? Let's take a trip over on the left side? What's over here? Nothing. Okay, cool. So this big structure's in the way. This is our only option. We can't go left. We have to go down. Careful. And we go down this way. Have I been here before? I have not been here before. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know why I'm so burpy today. I do know. I've been drinking soda. Hello. I grabbed this little jellyfish. Surely that won't be a problem. What does this do? Let's see. It's blinking really loud. Or is it like a light? Well, let's go over here. Hi. Well, it looks like I'm getting to like an exit area. Let's see if I'm right. Is that a rave? It's kind of a banger. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. What is this song, dude? I get into this area and it's just like What is this song? Is it just this area, or is it a background? Is it in this area, or is it just... I really don't like leeches. I don't know how I'm gonna get beyond it. Just run. No, 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 they're trying to me! No, no, no! Oh! Oh yeah, so it wasn't that area. It was just the music changing, and it was such a bop. Oh no, it's still a bop. It's still going. Let's go. Whatever song this is, keep doing it. The reason I kept going is because I thought there was like a rave down there, and I was like, what is going on? Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe not. Maybe new areas unlock new songs. I don't know, man. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. I wasn't able to... To be honest, I probably would have died regardless. Did you see that vulture? That vulture wants me so bad. It's just like, it's right there! It's right there! Okay. But we're on the bottom of the barrel here. We have nothing to lose. So we're exploring to our heart's content. And which is why I'm not bothering eating those things anymore, because at this point, we're in the dying a lot part of exploring. Which is a lot to do with exploring. Why exploring is so difficult for people with limited lives. Not that I would know. Brags and unlimited lives. Boop, 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 boop. All right, let's go for it. Straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Perfect. Okay. All right, perfect. I think what I want to do is try to go up here. Interesting. It might be one of those things where you have to come from the bottom and then slip over to the right. Oh no! Almost. Yeah, let's try. We got this. Come on. We got this, guys. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. All right. Let's go! Oh, sorry. One more. I got ahead of myself. Hey, Shadow, how are you doing, my guy? We're exploring. And by exploring, I mean go to new places, die, and then go repeat. So exploring. Alright, we're going up. Oh, giant worm. Luckily, we didn't go that way. Oh, come on! Oh! We are so good! Woo! Don't worry, we've done this a lot. Totally. I'm doing well. How about you? How about yourself? It's been a hot minute. Unfortunately, I had family stuff that I need to take care of, so my hiatus was longer than anticipated. Damn. Big guy. I guess that's not an... It's a non-albino version of that. Interesting. Ooh, we're going up the tower to see what's up here. Oh, a ruby and food. Oh, and a guy. I thought I was all set. Oh well, there that goes. No! Come on! Come on! What are the chances? Just throw it into his face, flies off into the distance. Just like, well, I'm gonna die. Just woke up so tired. Understandable. Are you a slow waker like I am? I'm a night owl, so for me to like get out of bed, it takes like a solid hour. Minimum. There is very little, like I have trouble going to bed because that's my highest energy point is at night before I go to bed. And then I have difficulty waking up because it's at my lowest point. All right, we got this. Uh-oh. We don't got this. We got stuck on the right side there. We die now. Yep. To be fair, the squids make it really difficult to tell which one's me because we both have tentacle arms. They're like, idealist? You don't have tentacle arms. As far as you know. Y'all can't prove I don't, Your Honor. Zoom out. I'm in a court case. Has someone live streamed an actual court case yet? Like in court. Like they're at a hearing. Your Honor, I'd like to present my chat for evidence. Alright, come on, we got this. Okay. Oh. What do you mean? I'm right there! What do you mean? What do you mean I drowned? That's like drowning in 2 inches of water. You fall in a puddle and die. It's like, I don't want to, and then someone in the afterlife is like, how did you like, how did you die? It's like, I don't want to talk about it. I died fighting a bear. Just lie. Ooh, come on. I can't even jump anymore. Give him life in prison or execution. Something like small courts will live stream cases. Yeah, I do know that there are judges that do like remote court cases. But the live stream of that, interesting. Okay. Catch our breath. I forgot that he uses energy by doing the jumping stuff too. Alright. Let's go. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're fine. See, catch your breath. Everything's okay, little slug cat. I mean, dodo cat. I mean, slug dodo. Did we ever decide which one it is? Probably slug dodo, right? Or if it's slug cat, it would be slug. Yeah, slug dodo. Hello! Hello, hello! Alright, go up here. Alright. I don't see any guy. All right, perfect. Get my snack on. Shove that in my mouth. The red one I think is better than the white one. I could be wrong with that, but this took a lot of effort to get here. I would like to get full up. That would be nice. I swear if they show up though, I'm gonna be upset. Come here. Come here. One more. No. No. Eh. Come here. Come here. Get back here. Come here. You tricky. Oh, I can't believe I actually got that. That's actually kind of crazy. All right. Wait. Oh. Not as... Oh, we're just inside it. Okay. All right. Oh. Interesting. It's telling me to go essentially straight down. Hold on. Let's take a peek. Let's take a gander over here. Oh. Oh, crap. We should have gone to the other side. If it really was only that... Maybe the other side just goes up to the top, though. Maybe it's just really, really fancy. Did we go left before? We didn't go left before. I guess I saw the stuff happening on the right. And boop. And alright, come on. Up. See doozy positoozy. Faster, faster, they will say. What's down here? Nothing. Oh, well, this looks like a whole thing. I kind of don't... Ooh, it's linked to something that we've seen before. Which gives me the impression that I don't care about this. This place is more new. I will take more new than more known. You know what I mean? Oh, hold on. Just taking a gander. Excuse me. Pardon me. Hey, don't even. Are you gonna? Yeah, I was gonna say, are you gonna do it, or what's up here? Hee 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 ho ho. Oh. Oh. Hello. Interesting. Well, it looks like there's something over there, kinda. What's over here? Hi. This is new. Interesting. But I kind of want to... I kind of want to... Oh, this place is blocked off. I get it. I see it. Honestly, let's go right and then up. No, let's explore left. Let's explore left. One thing at a time, idealist. One thing at a time. First, let's toss our bait. Okay, nothing. Hi, how you doing? You don't really seem to care about me, so I'm just gonna go this way. You have a good day. They're like, go right. Like I listen to anything they do it. Percy is subject to live stream like on YouTube. It's where a lot of court case cringe compilations. I see. Is that where the compilation of the Rick and Morty one? You know what I'm talking about? Perfect. Oh. I'm learning how to do it. Dang it. Yoink. Cabutores, cabubores. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, almost. Almost. Come on. Oh, 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 come on. I almost got it. I almost got it. Oh, oh, no. Oh, 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 no. Oh, no, no. That top one's messing me up a lot. Huh? Huh? Come on! If you grab it, grab it! Grab it! Grab it! Soiled it! I'm gonna drown here. Okay. Oh. There's nothing here! That was useless! That was absolutely useless. Absolute waste of time for everybody involved. Holy crap, that's funny to me. Alright. Thank you. Thank you very much for stopping by. Wonderful having you as always. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Boop 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 boop. Oh. Alright. We got that. Boop 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 boop. First try. Oh! Oh no! Okay, well, we're doing this immediately. Oh, we're here? Oh. Huh? You can't reach me. I'm above the water. What are you gonna do? Oh, let's go down that way. Because I felt the rumblies in the tumblies. Ah! 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 Perfect. Hee 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 ho ho ho. Perfect. And with this, we'll go through our first ad break. Not first, second ad break. I have to do it manually because everything's broken right now. And I will see y'all in 3 minutes. See y'all in a sec. Oh, we're going back to sitting. My favorite thing to do. That's probably going to kill me. Down we go. The pipes are flowing. With lots of water. Because this world rains every 10 minutes. And it's really heavy. So it's more like a waterfall from the sky. I wonder what the bottom right one is. Because that's been getting I think that's probably just beat the game. You know what I mean? I got no ads also high. I'm just looking at rainbow strings. Oh, by all means. Sit back, relax, chill, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far. Hopefully you're doing well. Let's see. I'm going to call you Repast, if that's fine. Or Pastello. I could probably just say the whole thing. It's probably not much longer than Repast. But yeah, no, I've really been enjoying it. This is my first... I haven't beaten the game yet. And I'm going in blind. So we're just exploring, doing things probably very inefficiently. So, you know, enjoy the ride. It's like 9 p.m. That's not bad. Good evening. Hopefully, I hope you're having good day so far. Would count for that. I bet you can't guess what the costume that I'm using is based off of. I bet you can't. What could it possibly be? A repa or rep, if you want to shorten it down. Whatever you prefer. I could say the whole thing, or I could shorten it. It's not like you're like Repestello 13579 Shadow X420 Blaze It. Like it's not crazy. You know what I mean? Alright. Let's call you Rep then. Did you have a good week? We're currently waiting for the ads to end before we continue, but I hope you had a good week. Especially like post vacation and stuff, like people are coming back from school, going back to work, and it's always a adjustment where you're just like, ugh. That's okay. It broke halfway. So we're here. Okay, so we're here. That guy is... What is he splitting? Oh. It is a shelter failure, but he looks like he only wants that. Okay, good. He went away. That's what we want to see. We risk it. We gotta risk it for the biscuit. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, the delay is bad. I'm sorry. If there was a way for me to fix it, I would do it. As far as I'm aware, there's not. My delay seems worse than other people's, though. I don't know why. Okay. Well, let's grab some food. Whoop. And can I potentially do that one? Nah, it's not worth it. Alright. Get to the other side before things get crazy. I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Well, this is better. This is a lot more manageable. Eat it. Eat it. Eat the food. Alright, fine. Too turbulent, eat the food. There you go. So picky. Tip for avoiding underwater lizards. Since they're faster than you, swim under them and then the return rate is worse. Ooh, that's actually good to know. Thank you. I actually do a pretty decent job juking lizards. Yoink. What's that on, like underneath it? It almost looks fluorescent. That's kind of cool. Alright, so... Okay. We go up here. Go to the right. This shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Yeah, this should be good. This is fine. We're fine. Haha. Easy. Uh-oh. We're gonna chill down here for a sec. Just a quick sec. Hello. I've definitely been up here before, or at least I thought I have. Is it just... Oh, hey big guy, how you doing? I'm hesitant to go fully... Oh! That's a big tail, question mark? At least I hope it's a tail. Alright, let's see if the rain's calmed down enough where we can leave without being worried that we're gonna drown immediately. It's looking good. Right. No, I'm more like the rain will keep me underwater and then I drown. Alright. Let's go! Let's go! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Go! Oh, hey man, you gotta move! You gotta move! I don't know what's to the left, but we're going there. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We found land. We found an island. Ooh. So what's in here? What's that orange that was on the other side? Yeah, right. And whoop. Easy peasy. Okay. Ooh! Eat the thing. Let's go! Alright, let's... Oh, what are you showing me over there? Worst area in the game? Sign me the fuck up. Let's go. What if it's a place I've already been? What if it's been like, oh yeah, no, we already came here. I don't know. The pipes were real bad. I did not like the pipes, dude. Alright, day 3. And we can die without getting to a new place and still be able to open the door. So we haven't hit the wall yet. But now that I've said that, I have spoken my doom into existence. We could go that way with the food, but we're just gonna go straight up. We're gonna explore. I don't know what this is, but let's check it out. Hello, I'm here for your delivery. Sir, I need to take a picture of the food for my employer. I don't know why you only wanted some ice water, but here you go. Sir? Sir? Ooh, it looks like I haven't been here before. Let's see if we can try to get like a little bit of food. Looks like there's some little bit of food. I'll take it. If I can get over there. That's kind of the question. Probably not. Let's go up here. Come on. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Hey, let's go. Where does this go? All the way over there? Oh, that's a lot of... Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. I need one food to make it across without any issues. And there's the food right there. Whew. We got this. We got this. No, 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 no! Oh, 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 no! 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 Oh, we got another shot. It's fine. Help me! Help me! Yeah, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. Yeah, we're gonna go the other way and then hope that there's some food further down the line. Well, that's what we're gonna see. That's why the whole point is exploring. I don't know. Nor do I want to know. Capiche? We are true explorers. We go in blind. Stabs out my own eyes. Like, why would you do that? Alright. Let's keep going through the normal the room that doesn't involve going into the leech pit. Oh, alright. I mean, you can say the names of the creatures and plants. I just might not know what the heck you're talking about. Oh, perfect. Flowers here. PETA, the flowers here. Boop, boop, boop. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, no, no! That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Get off me. Get off me. All of you. Get. Shoot. Get off my body, you parasites. Well. Whoop. All right. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that I would say to hold off on as far as spoiler territory is like telling me which direction to go or stuff like that. Bubble fruit you submerged in the water. Yes. Yes. I didn't know about that. Here's the problem though. The water's full of leeches. Whoop. All right. We got one. Yeah, exactly. So that's literally it. Everything else is pretty much fair game. A lot of people ask like where I've been, and I'm like, bro, I don't know. All right, let's look over here. We're getting farther and farther away. That's the issue. Okay, this is gonna be a bit risky, but oh, interesting. Oh, well. Yeah, let's go that way. Whoop. You should be fine. It's just red leeches, way less strong than sea leeches. That is true. Well, I'm sea leeches. Oop. All right, let's do. Whoop, whoop. And then. We already have a red pearl. So we're good with that. Perfect. The blue leeches in coastline are sea leeches. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Good to know. And now we're going to save, and then because we saved here, we're going to die a lot. Because now I can go with reckless abandon. Minimum food, no weapons. Let's go. This is what exploring's all about. Joke's on you, I'm gonna anyway. Oh, crap. I've already been here. Alright. If I'm already been here, I'm going back. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I'm going back. I haven't finished exploring that other area. Wait, where have I gone? Maybe not. Maybe we don't go back. I don't know which one I want to do. On one hand, we've already been here. Does this work? This does work. Yeah, we're going back. I thought it was a new place to explore. But now, unfortunately, we have minimum food. And we just saved. Nothing. It only shows you the rest of the region if you connect it, because it's a memory thing. You don't recognize the rooms, you don't recognize that you connect. But usually if I'm close enough to a room that I was nearby. So I guess I just was nowhere close to that side of the level. Perhaps. Because I've definitely done it before where I've come in from a different entrance and then I saw the rooms that I was there before. You know? Go ahead, and there we go. And whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, we fixed our food situation. At the very least. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Honestly, yeah, let's go for it. Sweet. Then let's keep exploring this then. Shoreline seems more interesting. You know what I mean? And whoop. There's a lot of like, there's definitely something where it's like one of these slug cats definitely breathes water, in which I'm gonna have a lot of fun exploring with that. Yep. If that's the case, let's go. We're gonna backtrack just a little bit, and we're just gonna sleep here on this side of stuff. Sure is interesting. Yeah. I'm just gonna take that at face value. Let's go. All right. Now we're gonna sleep on this side and just keep on exploring. Okay. Yeah, we didn't go right. We can see if right does anything. For whatever reason, the map isn't updating down there. Maybe I just need to get closer. Maybe I'm just a forgetful little slug, cat, dodo thing. And now we're also not on, like, minimum hunger. It's pretty dope. What over-breathing slug cat? Correct, there is one, though it's heavily extended breath holding. Well, that's somewhat disappointing, but understandable in the sense of, like, the balance of things. Hello, Mr. Guy that I definitely killed one time. It's a to dope. Let's go, Dodo puns. All right, let's see. We just need to swim to the right, for the most part. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. All right. And hope we don't get grabbed by a Leviathan or an albino Leviathan like that one time. Shoreline. Ooh. It's telling me to go where? Go down right. Just don't. Oh. Ha, got stabbed, idiots. Scan Sauropteryx. Ooh. Don't let me forget that one. I want to look that one up. Yeah, what's your... any other favorites that you absolutely adore? Okay, let's go. Come on, go up. Perfect. All right. Do I remember now? Why don't I remember anything? Bulbasaurus? The Pokemon? Oh, we can't go right. Okay. So this area is explored. Mental check note there. Interesting. Why did I forget this? Eat it. Eat the fruit. Whee! Alright. Now okay, now I seem to remember. But I forget those. Interesting. That's interesting that I don't remember any of that. Note that I didn't say dinosaur is just a dinosaur. There's an animal named after the Pokemon. Oh, that's so cute! That's so good, though. Let's see, what's the first thing that we hit that we're just like, I don't know where we're going? There's a lot of half-explored areas. Ooh, up there. So let's continue right. Yeah. As far as hunger, we could just grab these. Eat. There we go. What? What? Why do I gotta hurry so hard? There's a thing just on the other side. It's like right over there. It's just across the way. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. You're fine. Why did it give me a hint there? That's kind of crazy. We're full up. We're full up. Doo 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 doo. We're full up. Doo doo. Just a casual swim inside a pipe? Question mark. Surely nothing will come out and scare me. Yeah. Yeah, we have a little bit left. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You worry too much. And if not, we die. You know, we die. Is it? I didn't realize the cycle's time changes. I've just been keeping an eye on the, I just keep an eye on the dots. If so, that's really funny, and that actually would explain some things. Where I feel like it wasn't nearly as long as it should have, but I was like, maybe I was just distracted. You know what I mean? Alright. Yeah, let's keep moving. Essentially want to move right. 15 seconds. Ooh. I was gonna say, I thought it was like 10 minutes or something overall. That's where I feel like it is. But you're right, it might be longer. And... Whoo! Alright, let's see what's going on the left side over here. Oh, well, I was gonna jump, but... Okay, so nothing that way. Don't thump like there's an enemy. There's no enemies here. We're fine. Okay, so that way goes down to the background back there. It looks like we've explored the back area a lot. But if we go in the front and then go right, that goes all the way back up that way. Maybe we should have kept exploring now. I don't know. Let's do... we can't go right anymore. We can't go left anymore. Let's go down right. Let's go! You. Hello. All right. Perfect. Easy peasy. Don't need to worry about nothing. And now, how are we on food? We are lacking in food. Perfect. These guys are so handy. I do miss the really hard, the ones that you have to like crack open because they give 2. Each dot is 30 seconds. Interesting. Good to know. So I still had like 3 minutes. How dare you? Unforgivable. How dare you be wrong? To the dungeon. Oh, okay. So that was death. I almost was just like, what's down here? Yeah, there we go. Ah, you're fine. Uh-oh. Oh no! What am I gonna do? Oh! Oh, he's asleep. Nope, nope. Hee hee! I guess we just head right. Yeah, we just head right. Oh, here's the song. Let's go. It is always here. This song only comes up in this area. Oh. A. A. O. A. A. Where the frickety frack am I now? Let's see if there's anything on the... Oh, leeches! Oh! 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 Ooh. I wanted to explore the right area. Okay. Alright. Let's explore. Whee! Ooh! Okay, so we've been here before. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for letting me know, because this is a bop. Alright, let's see here. Let's get a gauge. Ooh. Yeah, let's go to the left and then go rest up. Let's see if we tinted them. Perfect. Perfect. Nope, you ain't gonna get me. You ain't gonna get me. Oh shit. Oh, don't go into my hole. Uh-oh. That's a problem. How am I gonna rest with that thing in there? How? There's a mod that pops up the name of the... Ooh, that's actually really good. Alright, let's see if we can tempt him out. Perfect. Oh, thank God. Lock it. Lock it. It won't kill me? Don't worry, guys. We went from 88 to 86. In case you're concerned. I still don't really know what that means. But we here for it. Open up, open up, open up, open up, open up. We'll start the next one with it in there as well, though alive. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. If that's not an achievement, it should be. Come on. Alright, come on. I'm gonna need you to go up a little bit. Come on. Bruh. 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 Work with me here. Work with me. Whoop, whoop. Mostly because it is. I mean, yeah, it also reminds me of Rain World. It's kind of crazy, right? It might be the same makers. What are we looking at here? That just goes into the water. I'm all fine with that. I don't think I want that. What's over here? Any ideas? No, but I want to see if there's anything to the left before I just... Nope, nothing to the left. Nothing to the left. So we
now check out the new area. Hi, Squid Man. Oh, there's a whole thing here. My God. Perfect. Well, swiggity by swooty. Let's get some food. Nah, I never follow him. I am... Why do you think I got the achievement where I found God in a cave made of sticks and stones who break my bones? That words will never hurt him. Good to know. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it, Foxy. Look at all these. Oh, look at all these. Let's go to the very end. Let's see if we can go to the very, very end. All these different places we haven't been to. Okay, nothing over there. So now we just... Hello, goodbye. Loser. I don't really see anything over here. Oh, that's the same place where it was before. Okay, so that's just back to where we were. Ha ha ha! You suck. Ah! 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 You suck. Immediately almost died. Did we go down? We did not go down. Ooh, this looks good. Whee! Down here into the depths. Ah! Ah! Guys, luckily we stayed calm and collected. Nope, 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 nope. You're not gonna get me. Get it. Okay, so we've been up here before. What? I think I'm gathering. I think I'm gathering. We need to go back. Okay. All right. Now we go up. Then we're gonna go the other way. Now, one area that I definitely want to explore is that one area where we get that techno bop. It has happened only twice, and it's only been when we get into that area. So, there's something to it. Oh boy, you ambushing predator mother! Don't worry, we live these. We live these. We live these. We're not gonna make it easy for. No, we don't. We don't live these. Can confirm. Did not live it. Was not lived. Yes. I did see you say that. But we were full up, I believe. I could be wrong. Hold on. What's going on over here on the right? Before I go too far. Ooh. Oh, no! I was in my menu! No, no! No! Come on! Come on! Or when I know 4A, so I would have to use closest alternative dragon. Dragon's another member of the community. That too, though. Alright. So let's look in here, I guess. Don't tell me I'm in Shoreline. I know where I am at. Game. So if we go that way, it doesn't look like that's anything crazy. Let's see if I'm understanding it correctly. Okay, so we've been that way, but not totally that way. Okay, that's a future adventure. That's a future adventure where we check everything out. A future adventure. Will I allow that through? I don't know. I may or may not. That one went back down that way, right? I don't see anything back there that needs immediate exploration, so let's go left. We've been here before. We've seen these games before. All right, cool. Let's go back down. Hello. Thank you for the okay. Thank you for the little nudge. Appreciate it. And then whoop. Let's go ahead and go in here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Stop knocking me around. There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright, eat this. Just gonna for faster underwater travel. I did hear about that one. That one I did know about. Okay, so what was it? It was going back there and then going right, was it? I remember seeing a way where I'm like, oh, that disappears into nothing. Like, we should explore that. Don't remember us talking about that? And we were just like, hey, that seems interesting. But we'll save that for later. I don't remember, man. Oh, no. Come on. Come on. I'm going to need you to get ready to... Okay. There. Happy lizard noises. Alright, go away. Thank you. Alright. Down here was nothing. Yeah, I remember that one. And boop. Take my guy. I would hold on to you so we can swim quickly, but ow. Can I like? Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm good. I'm trying to save you. Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, fine. All right. All right, fine. I don't want to do it anyway. No, no! I threw it and it went into the ground. No. All right, it's fine. All right. Okie dokie. Stop it. I know where I'm at. Perfect. Yes, it's to the right. Oh, wait. No. I think we went back there. And then it was like an upper area that we didn't explore yet. Yeah, it was over there. So we need to go back. And then right. And then right. Okay, we are certainly back. And we're so back. Alright, and then we go this way. Gotta get all the bats and put it in my mouth. Oh, well, I missed. Did I explore to the right? I don't think I need to. I guess not, because it just puts me over there. Oh, perfect. And what I want is... Okay, perfect. Oh, okay. Honestly, this is exactly where we need to go. Got it. Let's go! I did not get it. Oh, perfect. We can go up there. And whoop! Come over in the water. Come on, the water's warm. FYI, what Poke Mama Dodo does, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that there will be a jump scare. Oh, dang it. There we go. Perfect. Now we check out this new area. Okay. Anything in this? That looks like a place. Let's go. Oh, alright, let's just go. Uh-huh. Whoop. I kind of want to keep on going right before going down. Let's see. See if we have the ability. Is there any... There's nothing I can pick up, but... Whoop! Alright. Potentially to the right here? There's something here. I see. Oh, I didn't see the leeches. Haha, teehee. Oh yeah, it is shiny chance. So 1 in 4,032 or something? Is that shiny chance? I forget. I forget what the base shiny chance is. That might be like with shiny charm or whatever. Ooh, hello there. This is cool little neat area. That just goes there. How are we as far as food? We should probably eat some food, which means we're probably near a safe space. We're only halfway to the next thing, so perfect. And then we whoop. It's good enough. I won't try to get that last one. Uh-huh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, what's over here? What's going on here? Hey! This is a day 2, huh? And there's two things right there. So let's do this. Ah, is this shoreline? A place, a flourishing ecosystem, a redacted, a death everywhere. Right above it, a place so dark you can't see the fluffing sun. Ah. Hello, I'm here for your... Someone ordered a crab... the crusty crab pizza. It's the pizza for you and me. Alright, let's see if this is a new area. This is one stream with 2 new areas. I think that's a first. Let's go! New area! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Hey, look at the water. We're moving. We're grooving. Ah. Wait, what's this? What's all this in here? Crumbs? Did I poop in the night? What is this? Oh wait, that's a centipede, isn't it? Or eggs? It might be eggs. Alright. Let's check this out. Where are we? Besides food. Well, there's a lot of food here. Perfect. Listen, this is a reminder to eat. Take care of yourself. As somebody who didn't really eat today. I had a bar. Is that like bees that I hear? Please, there's no spiders in this game. I was really... Wait, is that a spider on the left? If so, that's really funny. No, that's not a spider. Okay, thank God. What's over here? I don't even know what the name of the area is. Ooh. What is this? Shaded Citadel? Ayo? No, the spiders in this game are terrifying. Ooh. This might be my favorite place yet. This is real good. Real good. Whoop. You should have been here before Shoreline. Well, guess what? I don't always do what I'm supposed to do. Alright. I go where I want, and where I want is often where I'm not supposed to be. Okay, this is also a bop. I feel bad because I do want to explore the tunnel that has EDM music. Still. But at the same time, new area. I can't not, you know what I mean? Oh my god, you know, other way. Just let's say it was like a gut feeling. I'm a bit of an empath. Just something about that area did not, you know, it just wasn't, you know. Hello! I got something for you. Hello. There you go. Thank you. What the fuck is that red pearl? All right, I climbed the highest, what feels like the highest point in Shoreline, and there was a red pearl there. Yeah. Oh. Hey, y'all. Hanging out? I forget what this one does. Is this food? It's food now. I don't know. I traded it, so it's gone now. Hello. Are you trying to... Okay, that's not real. Gotcha. You're not real. You're not real. Hey, do you mind? What are you doing? What was that? Who are you? What am I? I want to get up there, but something tells me. Got you. It's probably, we need to go the other way. Ooh. Hello. Bye. Oh, am I like cutting their tails or something? If so, oopsie daisies. Is there no way back up? It looks like the closest is right there. There we go. Whoop, whoop. We're like pretty good with food, so I'm not worried about it too much. And we go this way. And we go this way. Whoop, whoop. Oh, hey guys, how you doing? Are you all gonna cause problems? No, they're not. That's good to know. They're just baby spiders. Like the ones in my house. Hey guys. I have light. Shoo! Shoo! Oh, oh, oh. No, no! Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Okay. Alright. They didn't hate light enough to fucking kill me. Alright. One more, and then we'll go on ad break. Then eat, my guy. Go to sleep. I appreciate you hanging out. Or you can just have me in the background, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I noticed that at the very least. If eepy, then eep. Exactly. Exactly. Rep gets it. Go to eep. I really do like this area, though. Though, honestly, I've liked all the areas. A part of me wants to drop down to see if it's lethal. Oh. And oop. So we want to go. All right, we'll go in the spider cavern of spider. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll be sure to fall next time. Hello. Leave me be. Thank you. Appreciate it. I see you up there. I see you up there. Don't get any ideas. Don't get any bright ideas like this little mouse. Yeah, that spider. Oh, well. I didn't even know that was there. Good to know. The more you know. Hello. I'm moving up, up, up. Up, up, up. Oh. Okay, we need to go a little bit left. All right, we're gonna go down. All right, that's a lot happening on the right. We're just gonna ignore that and just go down. Hello. We're gonna follow this guy. Hi. Oh, up here. Perfect. Where are we now? Oh, we're on the other side. Where, you know, I died. Interesting. Let's go this way then. Can I, like, grab the spiders and eat them? That looks bad. Is there anything else in here besides what that probably is going to be a problem? Using the map to cheat. Where's the map? Where am I? Oh, there I am. Perfect. This is not just normal darkness. This is advanced darkness. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ooh, perfect. I have a glowy flower. It will keep the vampires away. Yeah, let's go up that way. Why not? Well, now I don't need it. Ooh. Let's see if we can get a little more food. What am I... What happened to my flower? Well, short-lived as that may be. Ooh. I'll take it. Surely it's not like a lure. Nom, 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 nom. All right. Well, you know what? Let's just go for it. Let's go for it. I gained a karma flower. That's worth saving. So let's save it. And whoop. All right. And with this snap, we will go and go to our... I don't know. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. Rep. Appreciate it. Glad you're having a good time here. Let's go to our last ad break of the day. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. See y'all in a sec. I am back just in time. Welcome, welcome. Have a good night, Foxy, if you're still here. If not, I hope you have a wonderful night. Wait, was there another follow? That's weird. I thought I was less. It's fine. if you followed and I did not see it, I apologize. For whatever reason, it's not telling me. But the number's higher than just 1, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Whoever's following, thank you. I appreciate it. Twitch is not telling me. No, I was probably just setting down stuff, but also I could have forgot to unmute. So that's a very real thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's explore this castle. Castle spider. Spider castle. Arachna castle. Yeah. The dark zone, right? This is advanced darkness, the level. Hello. Can I, like, grab y'all? Oh, I can. I let him go. I thought I could. Maybe not. Maybe not. Muffet Undertale. I still haven't played Undertale yet. I need to. But I have not. We did play Deltarune, though. Bye, mouse. In the middle of the game. Bye, mouse. Let's go left. Yoop. Hi! It's really dark in here. Probably nothing scary in here, right? I kind of wish that mouse stayed. Sand under table is really funny. Oh, what's this way? Alright. Looks like it's just a long, narrow highway. Highway? Long way? Okay. This goes... But why is this here? Interesting. Okay, there's a way out. That's good. Okay, cool. Oh. This is a cool looking room. Unless those are spider eggs. In that case, ew, gross. Honestly, this falls under the category of I probably don't want to be seeing. Like, what's happening. You know what I mean? Those are slime molds? Good to know. Appreciate it. It's better than my imagination doing the work for it. Oh, okay. I'm starting to get a gist. They're edible. You don't say. I haven't found a way to do it yet. Oop. Up we go! Yay! Ooh. Alright, cool. Hello. They are edible! Let's go! Eat the slime. Where did my spear go? You know what? That's fine. I kind of want to go up there, but I also kind of want to go down here. Let's go upright. 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 In the middle of the right. Oh. So we go that way for that way. Fascinating. And the only reward for hopping that puzzle is... Are those 2 pearls? Shit. I kind of want to see what the other thing up there is besides the pearl. The black pearl. Alright, let's see. Alright. Oop. Oh. I think I would have gotten it if I didn't throw. Alright. Oh, I bet you it's, perfect. Perfect. Let's go. Uh-huh. We got this. Ah! We did, in fact, not get this. It's fine. Hello. They look so cute. Hey, guy, don't go that way. Don't go that way. We're moving. We're moving. We're going. Going to darker, darker territories. Darker, darker territory. I was correct. It is, in fact, darker, darker territories. And we're just kind of... Ooh, perfect. You know what? That's as easy as gonna... Ooh. Oh, man. Can you imagine? Oh. Hey, little guy. Come on. No, spend some time. Oh. I wanted to have him sleep in the same room, and I had a little pet. We only have 3 more places we haven't been yet. I'm excited to see them. Spear. I didn't realize that we had an icon for spear. Maybe that's something we unlocked with a thing. Hello. I don't know where I am. This is going to be a nightmare to navigate. They do be mole-like. Oh, do I need a... Oh, perfect. Easy. This one has a little bit of light. Let's go down. I knew it. I knew there was something down here. I knew it. I clocked it. I clocked, and locked it. Alright. Hello! Are you going to tell me to go a direction I'm going to completely ignore? Ugh. Oh, I said it the wrong way. Oh, well. That works. Oh, you just... Didn't give me enough time. Okay, perfect. Alright, refill your water. Go hydrate. Alright, got some light. Get effed. Forehead. No, I didn't want to eat the light. I don't want to eat my light source. That sounds like a bad idea. What's over here? Oh, more. Alright, what do we got? What do we got going on here? Oh. Okay. Let's go right. Okay, we're good. We're fine. This place is really interesting. Okay. Catch our breath a little bit. There's a way to do this. There's a way to do this. Yeah! We're in a dark castle area now. Yeah, it's fun. All right, let's see if maybe this is a throw thing. Oh. Or not. Yeah, I guess not. And whoop. Oh. You know what? I'll effing take it. Let's go. Ooh, is this a thing that I can jump on? Maybe not. Eh. Oh. Whoop. Perfect. I'm a dumbass. This is not high enough to do that. I think we need one more. All right, almost. We almost got it. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. Is this like an elevator? That's kind of cool. How are we doing on time? We're doing fine on time. Actually, before we do that, let's go left. Let's see that. We squeeze through the cracks in the walls. Why is it undulating? That's ominous, the way you told me that, Rep. I'm gonna be real. That's so ominous. You're gonna meet your family soon. And I'm like, I'd rather not. Actually. Let's actually hold off about a second. If they're as good as my rules. Ooh. Alright. Perfect. What the fuck was that? When did Quetzalcoatl's scissors monster show up? What the hell was that about? What in the terror birds was I looking at? The fuck was that? I didn't realize they put like the metal version of a shoe bill, like a shoe bill, or not shoe bill, the one that like it clamps its mouth and it's like da 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 da. All right, I wanted food. Let's look somewhere else for right now. All right, let's see. Is this anything? No, this is nothing. Oh, we need food. We have to get some food. All right, let's look. I don't want to start over again, but I will if I have to. Ooh. Nope, come on. We don't have the time for this. All right, you got it. See, it makes more sense that the bot was actually working as far as why it's saying Idealist is telling Idealist. Usually it's Mama Dodo, who is currently in the form of a vulture, which is why I look the way I currently look. Oh God. All right, good thing I'm not made of paper, or else I would be totally terrified of that. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. We need food. I drank some water. Don't you worry, Rep. I drank some water. Ooh. Are you edible? Nope. Are you just glowy? Cool. Guys, I'm worried. Rain's coming. Okay, we're just gonna go. Go that back that way. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is mine.
No, they killed my buddy!
They're probably hiding because I don't have much time left. Ooh, we've gone so far, and in the end, will it even matter? Come on, 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 we're good. I hear them in the distance. Oh shit, I see it. I feel the rumblies. Ah, there's an unlockable right there. Frick! I'm going for it. Damn my brain, damn my brain, damn my brain. We don't have time for this. I don't want to starve myself. I've done that once. It was a bad time. Perfect. No, it's not a thing! No! 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 Ow, 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 ow. Stop it. Ow. Get me. No, ow, ow. Well. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just dead. Alright, where am I? What is this? Oh, right. We're all the way over here. I forgot that we're all the way over here. Alright. Alright, let's go down areas that we haven't gone before. We went really far that way. So don't get me wrong. We were going to go back that way. But we did kind of just go one direction and just kept going. So I want to see how this goes. Oh, let's just... Food. Moss. Oh, oh! I knew this was in here. Okay. And then I saw like a little something here. Huh? Is this something? Huh? What is this? What am I? There's something like right here. Oh, perfect. Yes. Yes. The blue things are the flashbangs, they blind. Oh. Yeah, when it comes to like using items for certain things, let me find that one out. It's all ah! Bro. You just see my guy just get covered by the spiders and then just disappear. It's the swarm of spiders. They swarmed my body. Alright, let's keep going this way. Let's see what this place has in store for us. They covered my body so... I will say, it is definitely the worst death. That is definitely up there. Alright, so yeah, we need to go up that way. Oh, no, swarm! Yeah, there's a swarm down there. Yeah. Maybe we should check the other way. I mean, I kind of still want to check it out, but worth it? I mean, I feel like you would go into shock before anything problematic happens. Granted, that's also to be said with the swarm, maybe. But the problem is the maybe part. Let's try up. Oh. Maybe there isn't an up. There is an up, there's just no way to go up the up. You have to go down the up. Man, I'm just so smart. Alright, eat this. Eat this. There's a swarm on the bottom. Probably. So we're just gonna do it real quick. Real quick. Okay, so the swarm is just waiting for us down there. So we don't want to go down there if possible. Which gives me some level of concern. Because the first time I did it, it was fine. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was one of those things where I was essentially close to death, but I didn't see it coming, so I didn't. I'm just a fool that rejects reality. Eat that. Alright. Let's see here. What if I... Oh, see? See? Hey, hey, look at that. Okay. Now what? Ugh. All right. Okay. All right, and then now we're up here. So now we go here. And then up here. And then we go back over here. Uh-huh. Perfect! Oh. Okay. I mean, light. Oh! Ooh. Oh, no! I have light. You don't like light. Okay. Alright. Hey guys, I think I lost my spear somewhere in there. No. Hey, no. So, not enough light. If I had my spear, it would have been fine. But I lost my spear in my calculative moves. Subscript, complete and utter panic. Alright, we're going to try this area a few more times. If we make no more progress, then we'll go back to where we came. Because I'm sure there are some other directions that we didn't explore in that same direction. Okay, let's see. Whoop. Alright. What? Whoa! Where were y'all? Were you just hanging on the pole? They can do that? Huh. Alright, how far did we get? We got back there. Oh, and then there were two other potential directions we could go. The fact that like they ambushed me on that pole is crazy. That's nuts. That's nutso. That's nutso changeo. Okay, well, let's just go. We got this. There's so many new areas in that. I can't imagine why that is. Maybe it has something to do with there are clusters of spiders that will kill me. It's kind of like one of those things like, why didn't anybody explore this cave? And the name of the cave is like cave zombie cave or something. And it's like, oh, I wonder why. Oh, that's crazy. All right. Okay, no spider cluster. We'd like to see it. Uh-oh, spider cluster! Spider cluster! No! Yeah, and the cave is called Devil's Ass Crack, so of course you just explore it, right? Why does anybody explain this? And it's like a 2-inch entry. Like... There's actual hellfire. You get like a little peek into what literal hell looks like, and you're like, huh, I wonder why no one's there. It's kind of weird. No, that's pretty good. Once I beat the game, I plan on like I do have the mod installed for multiplayer because we tried to get that to work with a friend of mine. Wasn't able to get it to quite work right, unfortunately. But we're planning to I'm planning to do mods once I beat it. Okay, we're gonna try this direction one more time. One more time, it'll be okay. Just dance. Alright, it should be right here, and then... Perfect. Okay, so this one is problematic. Because one, we can go down to the bottom there and go down. Or we could try... I say we're going to try to leap. Okay. 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 Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Oh. Okay. Oh. We have no idea where we are. I'm just gonna jump around. Hee hee. Yeah, isn't this so fun to watch? I put on some Cocoa Melon for y'all. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, okay. I see it. Can I, like... Perfect. Uh-huh. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I'm using the theater of the mind. So it's hard to believe the room just for the next one has to be pitch black again. It's hilarious. Good, good. Woo. As long as y'all are entertained. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, that works. Hello. I think this is a stick. Hard to say, really. Ah! We're fine. Huh. Oh, spiders! We're fine. Uh-huh. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Look at that. Easy peasy. I didn't even need to freak out or anything. I feel like you need to have a light, and I'm just not doing that. I wonder what cool monsters are in the background that I haven't seen. Doopy doop boop doop boop boop. We just keep on moving forward. I can't believe I found the hole immediately. Uh-huh. Oh, no. I'm just built different. Not like better, but like incorrectly. Oh. Oh. How did I do this? Hey, Molten. We're in a dark place. And there is definitely something underneath me that wants to eat me full dead. Correction, there is something underneath me that ate me full dead. Past tense. We're in the dark zone. We ate the dark fruit and now we're blind. You know what I mean? Yeah, we did get into the memory crypts, and now we're exploring the other areas that I didn't get to. Yeah, no, I loved it. This is still my favorite, even though half the time it's in pitch black darkness. It's still my favorite place so far. We haven't finished exploring this area yet before the crypts. But if we keep dying to spiders soon, I will be just going back to the crypts. Luckily, I'm fine. And luckily, there's no spiders! There's spiders! Sometimes we stuck on the violence level for just... Well, good thing I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Let's see here. So we explored that way, and we haven't gone down yet. So we're going to go up. I don't know if we're going to explore that way anymore. We're going to go up. We're going to do this and we were going, but this time we're going to go down and then check that area out. And then we'll go back to the memory crypts. Yeah, right. I like summoned it. They were like spiders. We were actually asleep until you said our names. Oh, there we go. Now, if the spiders could just not climb the poles, that's really my biggest thing. If I fall because I missed a jump and then I get eaten by spiders, that's fine. But if I'm at where I'm supposed to go and then there's spiders, and I'm just like, well, what do you want me to do? See? That's asking a little much. Oh. Luckily, they won't kill me here. They followed me through. They followed me through. Me shutting the door behind me. Whew, I'm safe now. They break through the door. They crawl through the spaces around the door. Oh gosh. Honestly, this is really funny. To me, at least. This is really funny. Just like me clambering around in the dark, and then you just see the vague shape of my form slowly get overwhelmed, and I'm just like, no, no, no! Hey, I'll get back to memory crypts when it's time. By the way, we're at the Goober got the pilgrimage achievement. I did get the pilgrimage achievement. Whoop! And we go over here, and we go over here, and then we go up here, and then whoop! I remember. Whoop! And now we want to go down and hopefully not die before we get down there. Come on. Down, 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 down. Hello. Nice to meet you. Oh, hello. Here's like a... There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Neat. Cool. Ooh. All right. Ooh. Oh, look at this. I like this. Oh, he did he? Oh, shit. Hello. What did you give me something? Oh, is it like yours now? If I leave the shop? Okay, well, fine. Well, it's fine. I didn't see it. Well, oh well. That's alright. Who needs that when I have this thing? Don't know what it does, but here we are. Yeah, well, I agree with Molten. Let's keep it to a minimum. Just let me flounder. Let me go about the way that we all understand is probably very inefficient. Oh, let's get some food. Yup. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, come here! Come here! Come here! Fine. It's fine. I shouldn't let go of my lantern. Or not lantern. Whatever that is. Ooh, what's over here? Oh. Ooh, this looks like something. A lot less spiders. I'll give them that. Interesting. I am pretty, well, kind of new. Am I? Shh. You think I'm a pro? Tears. Well, I have played this, technically, this will be 28 hours? Hi, that's a spider. Nope. Ooh, come on. Come on. I saw you. Are you over there now? Okay, we're good. Sucker. What the hell is this place? How would I even get over there? Sorry, I'm overwhelmed by this information. Alright, let's see. Maybe this will help? No, it looks like I would need to get up somehow. Interesting. Oh, I see where I would need to go. Left side. Woo! Come on, little guy. Let's go. Oh, let's get some food in our tummies. Perfect. Oh, what? Why was that little guy charging up? Are you good? Okay. Did you see that? This is giving me "you can see God here" vibes. Yeah, this is... Oh, let's go down here. Ooh, okay. Yes. Hello! I'm here for the crunchy crab pizza. Is the pizza for you and me? Do-do-do. Oh, perfect. Perfect! Let's get in! Let's get in! Ooh. Alright, let me catch up here. Do-do-do. Alright. Just know that we're all here to have a good time and relax and watch me flounder. I know people want to help, and that's fine. That is okay. I did go the opposite direction of Memory Crypts, but that's because I'm exploring. I embraced a new tribe, apparently. Oh, I got the chieftain. Yay! We will get there eventually, Rep. Don't you worry. And, yeah. But Molten is just making sure that I am having a good time, and I appreciate you standing up, Molten. Where are we going? Ooh, new place? What's over here? Hello. Why do the spiders leave me alone? Oh, it is the day. Are we gonna see 3 new areas in one stream? That's honestly kind of crazy. Where are we now? And have I been here before? Let's see. Let's see. Good. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad this is it. Hi! How are y'all? We are in Garbage Wastes. In Cycle 100. Haven't I been to Garbage Wastes? Ow! Hey. Do you mind? Get off me. Get off. Oh! Look what you made me do! Look what you made me do! This is your fault! Your fault! Ah, I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! No! Can I at least eat them? No? Don't make me do it! Don't make me do another one! Please! That chieftain over there, that guy over there is just like, I don't want any part of that. Alright. Whoop, whoop. Don't worry, I'm not gonna mess with you. Surely this drop won't kill me. I knew it. I'm fine. Oh, hey, that's mine! Give it back. That's mine. Where the hell am I? That's real. That's good. I didn't know if that was foreground or background. Oh, perfect. I need one more food though. So let's get some food. As long as... Is this edible? Oh, it was not. Oh. Am I gonna eat it or am I not gonna eat it? Guess not. Okay. It's like an incredibly valuable item, and I just throw it in a lake. Nope, you're not gonna get me. I refuse. No, no, they're gonna get me. I'm refusing. They're not caring. Not even worried. Not even a little bit. I still don't know. Okay, I have been here before. We've seen these before. Cool. Cool. I appreciate the help, Rep, but I will figure that stuff out on my own. I know you are just trying to help, but just sit back and enjoy the ride. I know you are quite knowledgeable, and if I need additional help, I'll be sure to call on you as we learn it together, and as in my moment of frustration, will call upon your aid. I don't know why I'm talking like, I don't know, like a fantasy character. So we're not gonna save here. We're just vibing. There's something up there. Let's What? That is not what I wanted. Ugh. All right. Let's see if we can get another 1. Because if we get 2, surely this won't be acid. Sweats. Wait, is this something? Or is it, yeah, that's not anything. I'm not seeing any more spears, but we might be able to get up top through this direction. Oh, I could just do this. Whoop. Is this real? Can I not go that way? Okay. Okay, it's real. Good. Okay. Okay, so we want to drop? Potentially? Okie dokie. Hello guys, how are you doing? I won't be here long. I'm not even gonna save. I'm just gonna try to get some collections and then die. Hello. Are these bombs? I already knew that. You. Come on. And okay, so that's nothing. So we really do need to make that, but there's no. I mean, I potentially could. Damn. Right. I think if I throw this, I might get the additional height that we need to grab it. Alright, let's try one more time. It is really unfortunate that it bounced off that. Oh! God, my eyes! Alright. Oh, I need a flashing warning now. Ugh. Oh my god. Whew. Alright. Well, we're on our way to try to find... Ooh, perfect. Yoink. Nope, you're good. I am fine from the suggestion. We're about to die. What I want... We're gonna have... We're gonna get it and then drown. Okay. I could also just wait till... I can also wait when it floods. Actually. And we wait for the water to rise. And we see with our eyes what the red little diamond, that's the wrong shape. Ah. Here comes the rain. Deal with the pain. Let me know if it's too loud for y'all. And perfect. We got it! Safari region unlocked. And now we embrace death. Hell yeah. Oh, it doesn't save. Okay. Good. Oh, wait, maybe it did. Maybe it did. Because it wasn't in the region that we're in. Thank you! I did. I make everything myself. I appreciate it. We've been going through on Sundays doing like art and stuff. So I've been catching up on some emotes that I've been neglecting. And you are more than welcome to join. And don't worry about your artistic talent, by the way. Everyone has their own journeys, if you would like to join us. Right. We want to go right as much as possible. Let's go. Hello! Wait, have we gone up? Hey, I know where we are. No need to let me know. I know where we are. Actually, there could be a little bit of something. There could be a little something over there. There could be a little something. There could be a little something over there. Medina tasting talent. Not amazing, but average at least. Yeah! Hey, no need. No. Don't get... Hey, hey. Ow, ow, no! No, you paralyzed me! Maybe another spider may want a piece? Haha. No. Oh, no. Come on, are you gonna fight for me? Nope. All right. Let's plan our route, because I changed. Oh, I needed to go right, then down, then up. Oh. Because I kind of want to explore up there a little more. I think from our direction, the memory wastes or whatever it was called, might have to wait for next time. I really thought I was close enough to the end to be able to beat it today, but boy was I wrong. You. Hello, I'm here for my interview again. It was a second interview, I'm sure. Come on, little guy, we can make it. This really does feel, by the way, like a place where you can meet God. But I don't remember seeing... Is there a symbol here? Doesn't look it. Okay. By the way, I totally didn't realize that that's what's supposed to be. That's not the way you're supposed to play the game. I find that so funny still. It's just like, you weren't... Whee! This seems like a good spot. I thought there was something there. There was like that thing on the map, and you know the there might have been a little spot there. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me today. It was wonderful having you. More than likely, we will play this again next Saturday, depending on the Cult of the Lamb DLC that's going to be dropping on Thursday that we're going to be playing. And I'm going to be hopping on again later today to play Styx. It's like a co-op goblin stealth game that's like really funny and frustrating, and I'm collabing with someone for that, so feel free to join me then. And or tomorrow we're going to be doing a chill art stream as well. So thank you for joining me. Wonderful having y'all. And I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.